recording, and let's start the meeting. We are running? Okay, we're running. I'll borrow this first.
Okay, thank you.
Ready?
Okay, let's call this meeting to order. This is the Elbert County Planning Commission. It is February 6th. The time is 7:03. If we could all please stand, we're going to do a prayer and a pledge. I'll do my best with the prayer. Dear Jesus, what I ask for is that everybody has wants and needs, and everybody has concerns and issues going on. I ask that you listen, hear, and maybe help all those in question. I ask that everyone be safe, and ask for peace here in the country in any way possible. So through that, I ask this through Jesus our Lord. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we could do a roll call, please.
Daniel Wilcox,
Here.
Kevin Kirkwood,
Here.
Van Sands,
Here.
Eric Carlson, absent. Mike Buck, absent. Dee Dee Shaw Grace,
Present.
Robert Politic, absent. John Gresham,
Here.
Chair, that concludes it.
Thank you. We do have a form. 5. Thank you. All right, staff report, I believe. Mark, do you have some?
Yeah, just one item. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, everyone. I'm Mark Decorator, Director of Community and Economic Development for Elbert County Government. Just one update for you, the Planning Commission. On Wednesday, January 24th, the Board of County Commissioners approved a case that you reviewed. Prior to that, it was the Sterling Crossing, also known as Laura. The service plans for the Metro District, those two, and that was approved by the OCC. And that concludes my brief report. Thank you.
Mark, thank you. Okay,
Cell phones.
consent agenda, we usually don't have something.
So, can we check the sound? Apparently it's not working, not broadcasting.
Is your mic on?
Let's see.
Oh,
We have the mics on, doing the test. Let me backtrack. So, all right, we'll do the setup test. I will turn my volume all the way up. And Mark, if you could speak into that and do a test.
Test. This is a test for audio.
And it is not coming back into my computer. All right, let's find out why. Let's test it. Okay. View medium up top screen, up top left. Video preview. Video preview. Video. You're on speakers.
Because it's on this and you have Zoom here. Would that make a difference? Probably not.
Yeah, I have we'll check our audio. Turn the microphone and talk test into it. So is it coming out of your computer when you did the test?
Whose computer?
Mark, are you somehow hearing it?
Oh, I muted Mark's computer.
Okay, and mine is on full, so we should have volume. Let me see, I don't know why we aren't. Setup is fine.
I just turned your volume off because I didn't want the feedback, you know?
Are we required to broadcast this?
As long as we have them recorded.
That's, we have
Yeah,
recorded
we're not
here.
required, it's a courtesy, but I
Yeah,
don't see why we
are
don't
we?
have the audio.
So
We'll have to proceed.
that's what I'm asking. So can we have on the record that we're not required to broadcast this and that the recording we have in front of us will suffice?
Very good.
Okay. All right, so where were we? We were at consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, no items. Thank you.
Okay. This next section has to do with citizen comments. Now, this is unrelated to any application that we're hearing tonight, because you'll all have a chance to participate in the applications that are presented. So, again, this is unrelated to anything we're hearing tonight. Seeing that out there? Okay, then we consider this a citizen comment. This is Danny Wilcox, 5372 Timber Ridge Drive, Elizabeth, Colorado. This is as a question to the board. Okay, has there been any consideration of any countywide metro district considering water and the monitoring of water presented to the board?
Are you looking at me,
Just
Mr.
if
Chair?
we could get a just kind of note that comment, and I say it here hoping that it may get to the board and I might receive some feedback on, as if that has been presented to them. So that's as a question.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Duly noted.
If I don't hear nothing,
Have a public comment for the Board of County Commissioners. Thank you.
okay, if I hear nothing, I will handle it in a different way.
Could you repeat the question,
Um,
Dan?
no, I won't. It's on record.
Okay.
All right. So next in the thing, do we have any other comments? No? Okay. Next one is, and I will get with you after the meeting and state the question. Next one is approval of meeting minutes. So I believe we have the December 5th minutes. Did we review them? Did you? I did too.
Make a motion that we approve the minutes from December 5th.
Okay, we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You were not present?
Not present.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Okay. All right, so we have nothing else to approve there. We are entering into the public hearing process. So let me go over a few things and then we'll start into our hearing. First of all, we are a volunteer group. We're a quasi-judicial board. That means that we judge the applications in front of us based on the codes and ordinances that are present in the county. That's our job, to look at them. Outcomes can go three ways. One, we can vote to approve, we can vote to deny, or we can vote to approve with considerations with, what's the word I'm looking for? Dan?
I'm sorry.
Amendments.
Conditions.
Mark?
Conditions.
Conditions, thank you.
Additional conditions.
Okay, so when we vote, I want to make it clear that our vote only means it is a consideration. It is not, the board has the ultimate approval, so what we're doing is we're forwarding our suggestion to the board. We have no authority to change anything, to make changes in rules or anything else. We're strictly an advisory board. So, our hearings start with staff presentation. They present the application. Then we'll ask the applicant to present their side. Then we will go to public comment, which usually considers questions. After that, we'll close that out. Then we'll go back to the applicant and staff to see if we can rebut some of the questions, answer some of the questions, what have you. After that's completed, we close that out. Then it becomes a board discussion. Then we vote. So, at this point, I believe our first one is Bark and Barn SUR, number 23-3984. And we'll start with our county presentation.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Good evening, everyone. My name is Danny Clabanner. I'm the land use planner here for Elbert County and the Community and Economic Development Department in Elbert County. I'll be presenting the Bark and Barn SUR case SUR-23-3984. This presentation is about a special use by review for a dog boarding and kennel business on an 11.3 acre property zoned agriculture residential. The action here will be for a special use area that's approximately 0.63 acres and to again establish a dog boarding and kennel business. The location of this property is 39841 Swift Creek Circle in Elizabeth, Colorado 80107. So this process began back in April for the applicant CC Garza with a pre-application meeting. There was a community meeting held in May, which no one attended except for the applicant. And the application was officially submitted October 3rd. And here we are, February 6, 2024, for the Planning Commission meeting. One important note, all noticing met Elbert County zoning regulations 14-day advance notice with quarter mile radius mailing in January of the 18th, on-site sign posting on the 22nd of January, and also mail newspaper, Ranch Land News. Here is the location of the property. It's south of County Road 166 and east of County Road 13. It's about 5 miles from Elizabeth to the north, and one important note, it's in a more populated area of the county, just miles from other large subdivisions like Independence, Thunder Hill, Deer Creek Ranches, and Spring Valley Ranch. Here's a look at the zoning map of the property. The subject property is outlined there in green. To the north, you have a mobile home residential zone with approximately 5 acre lots, and there is a 7 acre lot just to the north of the applicant. That is Cross Diamond Acres subdivision. To the south and east, there's agricultural lands with a 227 acre parcel and floodplain. And to the west, there's residential with other agricultural residential zoning and 11 acre parcel with a residence. Here's an aerial map of the property, and it can be seen here in this view from the west. It is accessed by Swift Creek Circle, which is a private road. The existing zoning and land use is agricultural residential and a residential land use. The proposed zoning will not change. A special use will be added to allow the dog boarding and kennel business. Again, the property is accessed through a private road, and the driveway would be extended. Here are some details on the proposed use. So this will be a commercial dog kennel and will be open year-round. The days will be Monday through Sunday. Hours approximately 7 to 7 Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. on Saturday, and 9 to 5 on Sunday. This is for picking up and dropping off the dogs. There are approximately 5 employees, with the family members constituting the main members, and 2 people will be on site to manage the dogs during business hours. There will be approximately 20 kennels, and there will be an employee bathroom in the barking barn with a small washroom. Here's a brief overview of the site plan. I'll show this in more detail in the next slide, but this is their SUR exhibit. On the left, you can see the proposed structure with parking there abutting the property, and it will have several parking spots with 1 accessible spot. Some setback notes. It'll be 84 feet from the side property boundary and about 110 feet from the front. We received referral responses from all these agencies, and I'll just highlight a few important referral comments. So Elizabeth Fire Protection District wants signage for the barking barn at the driveway entrance and then at the turnout for the barn. Building review, the applicant will have to submit building plans to Elizabeth Fire Protection District at the time of building permit, and at that time impact fees for the Fire Protection District will be assessed. And the final comment from Elizabeth Fire was there shall not be a retail store with this SUR. With the Colorado Division of Water Resources, an important note is that the well cannot be used for commercial use for a dog kennel or dog boarding facility. So, one important change that the applicant had to make was to come up with a bulk water purchasing agreement. And to that, the Colorado Division of Water Resources said the intentions of the water user are clear, and it appears Foothills Water is willing to provide water. So I do not have any issue showing how the applicant will legally provide water for their commercial uses. And finally, from the Colorado Department of Agriculture, Pet and Animal Care Facilities, the applicant will be required to be licensed under the state's Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act, PACFA, as a boarding and training facility and comply with all of the sections in Colorado state statute, and the applicant will get that license after the special use approval. So our planning staff evaluation here, this special use by review is appropriate for a kennel boarding, breeding, and training more than 10 animal units land use, which require an SUR in agricultural residential zones. The location near 2 main roads in Elbert County is positioned well to serve dog owners and others in northwest Elbert County. Bark and Barn will need to purchase water for the animals and will not be allowed to use their residential well to serve the dogs. And Bark and Barn will need to receive its license from Colorado's Pet Animal Care and Facilities Act before opening. So in Elbert County, we have 8 criteria, A through H, for all special use by review applications, and the Planning Commission is to consider these criteria in their review of the application. A, whether the use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding area and neighborhood. This special use by review to a dog boarding business is in harmony and compatible with the neighborhood. The larger lot context of the neighborhood with a mixture of agricultural and residential uses blends well with this proposed kennel. The nearest residence to Bark and Barn will be over 500 feet away. There will be a small fenced-in play area for the dogs to minimize any potential noise to the neighbors and limit dogs' movement on the property. B, whether this use will not have an undue burden on available infrastructure. Bark Barn will be accessed from a private driveway from Swift Creek Circle, which is a private road that currently serves the existing residences. Elbert County Road and Bridge do not have any concerns with the addition of this business, and the adjacent county road is not anticipated to be burdened by this proposal. C, whether the use will not unduly increase traffic congestion or burden the existing road system. Elbert County Public Works Department reviewed the application materials and had no objections. D, whether the use will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, or light pollution. The uses proposed are not believed to cause any significant forms of pollution, and all waste will be removed through the residence waste provider. E, whether all sanitation requirements will be met. Elbert County Public Health Department reviewed the application, and the applicant provided up-to-date information on their septic system. F, whether the use will be adequately landscaped, buffered, and screened. The proposed structure will fit into the context of this area. It will appear like many of the existing accessory buildings in the area. The dog play area will also be behind the new structure and fence to keep the dogs from moving about the property. And finally, G and H, whether the use will not otherwise be detrimental to the health, safety, or welfare of the present or future inhabitants of Elbert County. This use should not be detrimental to Elbert County residents. Dog boarding and kennels are valuable services to the community. This business will support residents with dogs and contribute an important service to the community. And finally, H, whether supplemental standards are met for specific uses as applicable. Animal care supplemental standards are met for this application. If approved, the applicant will be required to receive their license from Colorado Pet Animal Care Facilities Act. So our findings in the Elbert County Planning Department is to recommend to the Planning Commission to recommend approval for the Bark and Barn special use by review, case number SU-23-3984, and this recommendation is subject to a few conditions. One, the applicant will be required to remove the hearing sign within 7 days of the decision by the Board of County Commissioners. Two, the special use by review shall not become effective until all fees are paid, conditions of approval are met, and the exhibit is recorded. Recordation of all appropriate documents is to occur within 180 days of the Board of County Commissioners' approval. Excuse me. The structure must be permitted by the building and fire departments. Impact fees must be paid before the issuance of a building permit. And finally, the last two, the applicant must retain records and receipts of bulk water purchases. This is from the DWR. And the applicant must be licensed through PACFA prior to opening. That concludes my presentation on Bark and Barn. Thank you. Again, case SUR-23-3984.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, our applicant, Cece Yvonne Garza.
Yeah.
Please, do you have anything?
No, he did a great job. Did everything.
Okay, you have
in detail.
anything to add? Nothing?
I really don't, other than our anticipated time for opening is,
Could you,
yeah. We're hoping to open by fall of 2024,
okay,
and that's the only thing.
okay. Thank you. Do we have any public comment on this application? Seeing none, we're on board. Questions?
No. So I've got a couple questions. Can you come up real quick? You can turn on your mic if you don't mind. It's probably not on.
Correct. There you go.
So I had a couple questions. One, did the fire department request a turnaround, or is that something that's considered part of the fee for the fire department?
I don't remember, we just built our house recently and we had a turnaround, so I don't know if they really.
So in their plan review, I believe they found there was adequate room in that parking lot to turn around, so they said that was okay, they didn't need it shown on the diagram.
Fair enough. Second question, sanitation associated with the kennels. I know that, you know, typically when you're cleaning out kennels and you've got X number of dogs there, you're cleaning out with water supplies, basically just washing down the area. If you're having to purchase that, how are you positioning the water so that you can actually have the kind of pressure you need to clean out those areas?
So the foothills that told us that how they would do it with the hoses, I don't know specifically. They are aware of what we're doing, so they said by the time they deliver the tanks, we'll purchase the tank and they'll have hoses.
Okay, and then the sanitation part comes in to the next level. Is this going to be fed down into your existing, what's the word I'm looking for? Septic tank. Septic
I
system?
think we'll have a separate septic.
You know, a separate septic, complete.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then,
Talked about it.
yeah. And then water tied into the building itself. Is that from the well or is that from the water supply?
Everything from the water supply.
Fantastic, thank you.
Okay? Is that it?
For me.
Okay. Did the fire department place a condition on this that they couldn't have retail property?
The fire department said there should be no retail store in the parking barn, yes.
So where did, is that under the fire department's purview?
In a way, because I think it depends on the occupants of the building, if there's gonna be people, in the, you know, building looking for retail and, you know, I believe that was a condition that they put on as part of their review, that they didn't want retail in there.
To my knowledge, I don't think the fire department determines property use. I would just
Maybe,
question that.
yeah, with the occupants in there, I think that's what they were concerned
Either way.
about.
Property use is determined by the owner of the property and by CDS if it complies with code. The fire department looks at it as far as fire protection for that property, whatever use it is. So, I mean, just the thought there, I heard that was kind of concerning because I was hoping the fire department didn't apply a condition that if they put retail on, they wouldn't approve this, and that's, I understand that did not occur.
I think the fire department, there is no, right now in this SUR, there are no plans for retail, and that would have to be part of the plan, so there are no plans for retail.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, go ahead, please.
Okay, let's see. Make a motion that we approve SR 233984 working barns facility and send it off to be approved by the county commissioners.
Okay.
Anything else, Ron? No?
You can't approve it. Okay. You can recommend approval.
Yeah.
That's what I said. I said it. I did say recommended.
Could you turn your mic on, please? Thank you.
And do that whole.
We have got a motion to recommend approval to the Board of County Commissioners for Park and Barn SUR 233984, and that came from Dee. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second
Do we need a roll call vote? All in favor?
it.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, on to the next one. My understanding is we've got a remote presentation, correct, Mark? So we will turn that over to Mark so you can set that up. Thank you.
Can you just, Elbert, can you go on? Thank you. Thank you and good
Yeah.
luck.
Thank you so much.
7:32.
40%.
Okay, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Mark Denrader, Director of Community and Economic Development again. And we have our staff contract planner, Sandra Hoffman from Logan Simpson, who will be presenting in a remote fashion this evening. And I will turn it over to Sandra for the Core Electric Cooperative Minor 1041, which is the first of two cases tonight that Sandra will be presenting. Sandy?
Great. Good evening. Hopefully you can hear me. Please let me know if you can't. I'm Sandra Hoffman, as Mark had mentioned. I'm the plan reviewer helping Elbert County. So good evening, Chairman and Planning Commission members. This will be a review of the Core Minor 1041 System Improvement Project, and the case number is 1041-2023-0174. This will be to obtain that minor 1041 permit, and the location of it, of a 5.7 miles of overhead line with two substations, is along County Road 174 between Kiowa Bennett Road and County Road 21.
Pardon me, Sandra, would you please share your screen?
Oh, sorry, let me back up.
Thank you.
I thought I was, but let me get back out of here. And we will first, okay, I'm going to start this in a second here. Slideshow from beginning. Come on. There. Can you see it now?
Not yet. Take your time.
Huh.
The Zoom.
Okay, it says, okay, share.
There she goes.
Now, if I start it from the beginning, can you see it now?
There we go.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. So we'll start where the cover slide is the overall Core Minor 1041 with the case number on it, and the next one is the description of it being the Core Special System Improvement Project, and the length of it and size of it is 5.7 miles, overhead lines with two substations, and it's located along County Road 174 between Kiowa Bennett Road and County Road 21. As there are multiple landowners along there, applicant Core Electric Cooperative worked with them to get their buy-in and to make sure they were aware of the project. And the pre-application meeting was held on April the 20th of 2023. The Corps submitted a minor 1041 application in September of 23, and because there was 40 documents, pretty intense the amount of time we had, we did a completeness check. We found a few things that needed to be worked on. They resubmitted, and they finally got a completeness check done on November of 23, and the referral started in December and moved on until now, where we're moving forward with the public hearing part of it. The public notifications were completed by then with Ranchland News, and the mailings that needed to be done by December 28th, and the on-site posting was done December 27th. So all of the notification requirements were met. There's going to be 3 vicinity maps. I just thought it might be very helpful for you to kind of see some different images of it. This is the one that has an aerial, and it shows you the 2 substations, Spring Valley substation and Outback substation, and then on yellow. And then the purple line shows you the overhead power lines. Then this is another view of the same thing, a little bit closer view, but it shows you a little bit more of the development. It's a little more visible in the screen. And the third vicinity map has colors in there, and the colors are different developments. So you can see where there is existing development and also proposed development, where the Morstead development will be proposed. And so you can see the information on that. And this one also has a little bit larger vicinity map, so in relation to Denver and Elbert County, it just points out where the project location is. The existing land uses around there are agricultural, minimum 35 acres, some agricultural residential, and planned unit development. As I mentioned, the development around it includes the Spring Valley Ranch development, Sun Country, Meadows, and then of course the proposed Morstead PUD site, which is where one of the substations is going to be proposed to be located within that mixed-use development if it moves forward. This is a shot of the Spring Valley substation exhibit. You kind of see around the perimeter is fencing, and then interior is access to it, and how they're going to be laying out that substation. And this is a visual overhead looking down at the Outback substation. And this one will be adjacent to the Kiowa Brick Center transmission line. It's just south of County Road 174, and it's on an approximate 10-acre parcel that's zoned agricultural. So for referrals, there's a list of all the referrals on the screen. All comments that were provided have been addressed, and most of the people that got the referrals have no objections or no comments for the proposed project. The review criteria for the Core Minor 1041 permit meets the vision and goals of the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan, and also meets the criteria that are in the zoning regulations. And I'll go through those right now through a variety of slides. So for the comprehensive plan, it meets that land use vision and goal where for RG5, the county should require that public land dedications include adequate access, water, sewer, and utilities to serve the intended use. The core system project will be ensure there's adequate power for development. It meets EN1, which is a natural resource one, which again provides the public utilities to be designed so that it's respectful to the environment. It is following along County Road 174, where it's already disturbed. There's already some overhead power lines in there, so they're going to be minimizing the amount of impacts to open space within Elbert County. Another comprehensive plan goal is EN2, which is development should minimize negative impacts to agricultural land and designated open space. Again, as it's following along the existing county road, it's going to be minimizing the amount of disturbance, and the location of the substations has been in place so that its connectivity will work for their system and minimize the amount of disturbance. Wildlife, the level 3, they should evaluate the proposed development impacts to wildlife and habitat and migratory patterns. And all of that was addressed with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife Review. They addressed all the concerns that were there, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife supported the proposed project. For EN1, the county should encourage energy conservation and energy efficient design and renewable energy. So again, the Core Minor 1041 project is going to be providing that reliable power to residents and businesses, ensuring that that doesn't have a break in service for any of them. The goal for EG6, the county should support the development of agricultural, commerce, industry, education, healthcare, and so on. Again, because of the growth that's happening in the county, there is a need to provide reliable electricity for all the existing and future businesses and residents. So this project will achieve that. Within the review criteria of the zoning regulations, there's some general approval criteria that is included. And when you got the staff report, it went into a lot of detail regarding how they were addressed. There's 40 different documents they provided that addressed the criteria. And so I'm not going to go through all of that tonight, but I will just kind of walk through some of the higher viewpoints of that. And so first is the documentation that prior to the site disturbance, the applicant will get all the property rights and right-of-way and easements. The Corps has shown through their submittal that they have done a best faith effort to reach out to the impacted property owners in proximity to the project, and they did all the notification requirements that were required. B is that the project protects water quality and supply. Again, this is an overhead power line and 2 substations. There's no impact with the water quality or supply. It's also not create a significant risk from natural hazards, and the project will not be doing that. And it is met. The project is in general conformity with the applicable master plan. The Core 1041 project will be in conformance with the applicable master plan. E is the project will have significant adverse effect on the capability of local government to provide services and the service delivery systems. Again, the Core project is critical to provide the power that is necessary for the area to ensure there's no breaks in power and issues with that. F is the planning, design, and operation and decommissioning of the project will reflect sustainability, resource conservation, energy efficiency, and so on. And through the documents that they provided, that has been met. G, the proposal will not significantly degrade the environment. Again, there's information in all of the different documents that show how they are going to try to be minimal impact to the environment and addressing and saving as much of natural vegetation as possible. H is the proposed project will not negatively impact the high priority habitats and as defined by Colorado Parks and Wildlife. And as mentioned before, they were working closely with the Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and Colorado Parks and Wildlife weighed in on whether this was a minor 1041 permit, and they agreed with the director that it was, and they also agreed that this project met their conditions that they wanted to have to address any concerns that they had. Elbert County also has some other criteria continuing. So the proposed project will not cause a nuisance as defined in the Elbert County Land Use and Development Code. Through the documents provided, it will not be creating a nuisance. It's following along an existing county road. Also, it will not degrade areas of paleontological, historic, or archaeological importance, and that was shown through the information that was provided, so that was met. And it's a proposed project is to serve areas within the county. It's going to meet the community development and population demands of the area. And certainly what Corps has shown is that their current system needs to have this additional improvement done so that they can ensure reliable power to those that currently live there and for future residents and businesses. There's some minor criteria that also need to be met, and that includes the last one is the L. Proposed project will not result in unreasonable risk of hazardous materials, and it talks about 1 and 2 where it's compliance with federal state handling and storage and avoiding waste. And so the Corps 1041 permit will not be creating any kind of hazardous storage materials or use or waste, anything of that nature. So those conditions have been met as well. So also within the Elbert County zoning regulations, there's Appendix A. And these are concerns that can be considered by the Planning Commission as they're making their recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners. And it's also to be used by the Board of County Commissioners to make their determination. So it first has general considerations, and there's quite a few of these, to be honest, that it's technical and financially capable. There's some subcategories in this that are included in your staff report that go into a lot more detail about how they can be evaluated. But Corps has assured us with the documents they have that they're financially viable and able to complete the project. It asks to look at the natural hazards that might occur. As mentioned earlier, the documents verify that that is not going to be of a concern, and those concerns have been addressed if there are any. Effects on the capability of local governments to provide services. Again, Corps will be helping provide the electric power to those existing and future residents and businesses. The effects on the financial burden on the existing and future residents. There shouldn't be any burden on the existing or future residents for the project that's being proposed and for the 1041 permit. And the substantial sector of local economy, it's going to be helping the economy because it will help support growth of business in the area. The recreational opportunities and experience are not going to be impacted. Again, they're following along an existing county road. And the same for recreational activities not currently found in the county. They're not going to be impacting any opportunity for other recreational activities to come into the county. In fact, they may support it with the power if needed for that type of use. Then there's environmental considerations. There's changes to the ambient air quality, visibility, microclimates. And again, the Corps 1041 permit to do the improvements will not be creating any issues with air quality or visibility or microclimates. Changes to the ground cover, vegetation, waterfall streams. Again, they've been very diligent in looking and making sure through all their documents that they're being very sustainable and conserving whatever they can with existing vegetation and topography. Same for surface water quality, groundwater, wetlands, or riparian areas. They will be crossing over some floodplain area, but again, they've addressed those concerns, and these are for the overhead power line only to be able to go the distance they need to go to cover the area between the substations. And more for this would be the aquatic life, loss of oxygen, plant life, soils, geologic conditions, hazardous materials. Again, all their documents reflect that they've addressed any concerns that might occur if there's anything existing, and their proposed project itself is not creating any issues with any of these items. So the staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the following. The proposed minor 1041 application is in general conformance with the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan. The minor 1041 meets all the criteria for approval in the Elbert County zoning regulations. 1041 is generally compatible with the existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area. And the proposed 1041 will not result in significant impact to health, safety, welfare of the residents and landowners in the surrounding area. So the Planning Department recommends the Planning Commission recommend approval for the core minor 1041 permit system improvement project, case number 1041-2023-0174. And there are 5 conditions that staff recommend. First, the applicant be required to remove the public hearing signs within 7 days of the Board of County Commissioners hearing. The minor 1021 permit will not be effective until all fees are paid and the resolution recorded. The special use by review, which you'll be hearing next, needs to be approved, and if it's not approved, then this condition will not be met. But that would need to be approved by the Board of County Commissioners and recorded, because that's another level of requirement that they need to do for this project. The fourth one is that the county, applicants shall file with the county a financial security, such as a bond or a revocable letter of credit, deemed adequate for the county for the entire duration of lifespan of the facility. This is per a regulation, and the filing would need to be within 180 days of the Board of County Commissioners' decision. And the fifth one is the applicant must submit formal application to Elbert County for a site development plan and a minor plat for each of the just the substations out back in Spring Valley within 180 days, which is 6 months, of the Board of County Commissioners' decision. That condition actually is something that came out of the variance that they got approved already for the Board of Adjustment, because they needed a variance because they're within a quarter mile of existing development. So that had a stipulation that required a site plan and a minor plat, and so this would just support again that stipulation that they have already with the variance that they have approved. That's all that I have. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The representative from the board, the applicant, please. And I don't know your name, I'm sorry.
Brooke Hines, representing board.
I'm Sandra Hoffman.
Oh, Sandra, thank you.
Sandra, this is Mark. The applicant is now setting up their computer for their presentation. Thank you.
Okay.
And this
Thank
will be
you.
HDMI, right? I have to switch.
Is it going to be a few minutes, or is it going to be?
I think it's going to be just a.
Can I go into room PC?
Okay.
So she's HDMI. Okay, so we should be HDMI. We should be good. And we'll see in a second. I'm on the screen, but she's not on the screen.
Mr. Chair, if we could have a brief recess to get the technology set up, that'd be great.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Thanks, Mark. We'll recess for about 5 minutes. How's that? Okay. Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, so she should be on the HDMI. You can get that cable there. Seems to be up here. Maybe. Okay, so HDMI.
Sometimes it helps to unplug and plug back in.
Yeah, let's try that. Because I did switch to projector to room PC, so it's HDMI.
It says input B at the.
Oh, that was a problem. Great. Thank you. Okay, very good. Very good. So let's go back to the camera here, HDMI. And,
We'll test it going back to me now. You want to test that?
sure, let me go
Why not?
ahead and
We
go
have
back to
time.
projector and we'll go to barcode. So we'll unclick share.
Yeah,
And I'm back.
Okay.
So let's go back to the HDMI
and that's perfect. So that was easy.
projector. We're good?
Yeah.
That was fast.
Yeah.
Good.
Thank you.
Hey,
And
just need her.
she should be. We should. We
Trying to
should.
get on the screen.
We should be seeing it because she's plugged in, so we should see what she's seeing. Was there something else? There we go. Okay.
And I have a pause.
Okay.
And now have it.
And now
You
we're
know
good.
what? I will leave it on that and I'll just restroom real quick.
Sounds great. Good job.
The recorder is still going.
So the audio issue you said is from there to here.
Yeah, it dropped. It happened once before.
How did you identify that? I'm just curious. Like,
Because when I set up, I have to choose either audio or audio video. And so it proves that I hit audio video because we have video.
right.
If I just went with audio, it would have just been sound. So there's a disconnect. It's
So there
happened
should be
before.
another issue other than that.
Nothing we can do about it. Amanda will download the recording to the video tomorrow, and that's how I'll do my notes will come from the computer. Recording, 7:58.
Okay. You might want to check this on.
Right.
Yep. All right.
All right.
Thank you all for being here. I know this is a quasi-volunteer, and so we appreciate your time tonight.
I'm sorry.
Did you have something? I'm Brooke Hines. I'm with Birds and McDonald. I'm representing CORE tonight. I'm a project manager for this permitting effort and a senior wildlife biologist. So, like I said, appreciate your time for tonight, and we'll get started. So I'm here to present what on the Elbert County System Improvement Project on our 1041 application. So CORE is a non-profit cooperative serving 11 Colorado counties with 175,000 member homes and 300,000 total members. This makes CORE the largest rural electric cooperative in Colorado. CORE's territory covers 5,000 square miles and serves the northwest portion of Elbert County. The Elbert County System Improvement Project consists of the new double-circuit 115 kilovolt transmission line and 2 new substations, Spring Valley and Outback. The transmission line is approximately 5.7 miles long and a 75-foot right-of-way and will interconnect the existing CORE Kiowa Brick Center 115 kilovolt line. As you can see outlined there, the Kiowa Brick Center line is the yellow dashed line. Pole heights for the project will range between 80 and 115 feet in height with average spans between the poles of 400 to 500 feet. And there's representative diagrams of both dead-end structures and tangent structures. The current loading with existing substations is at risk. Ideally, CORE can operate each of its substations at half of their available capacity. In the event a substation needs to be shut down for maintenance, the load can be transferred to another substation in the area so that service to CORE's members continues uninterrupted. However, the 3 CORE substations, Homestead, Elizabeth, and Kiowa, in the vicinity of the project are each currently operating at over 50% of their available capacity due to increasing demand from existing members as well as new development in the area that is connecting to CORE's existing system. The substations operating at over 50% capacity create a reliability issue for existing CORE members in the area. CORE's existing infrastructure cannot meet the demands of the proposed and recent development in the loading areas. The project is located in an area that is expected to experience the greatest degree of population growth and development in the county, according to the November 22 Elbert County Housing Needs Assessment. Without additional electricity that will be provided by the project, only a small percentage of needed units can be accommodated. The project will improve overall distribution service in the area, provide additional capacity and reduce outages, and accommodate current and anticipated growth and development in the area. The Elbert County Comprehensive Plan acknowledges this emerging community pattern, stating it is expected that the majority of the western population or portion of the county will continue to experience further subdivision of lands as population growth continues to shift more people from the Denver metro. The Elbert County System Improvement Project is proposed within an area as illustrated in the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan projected growth pressures map that is expected to experience the greatest degree of population growth and development in the county. Additional electrical infrastructure is needed to support this development. The project will shift loading from the overloaded substations, increasing reliability. The Spring Valley substation will provide electricity through distribution feeders to existing developments including Elkhorn Ranch, Sun Country Meadows, Spring Valley, T&M Ranches, and Miller Ranch, as well as the proposed Morstead and EC West developments. The Outback substation will shift loading from the Kiowa substation and provide power to the EC East development. CORE completed a routing and siting study for multiple substation sites and 4 routes. The Spring Valley substation location was based on an accommodation from the Morstead development. However, this accommodation was limited to siting the substation within one of the 3 areas designated for commercial mixed use, which collectively accounted for only 9% of the proposed subdivision. Elbert County staff requested that substations should not be placed at intersections, eliminating 2 of the commercial mixed use areas. Elbert County staff also requested that the substation be sited on the north end of the property to allow potential future commercial development to the south along the proposed extension of County Road 174. Transmission line route siting included 4 alternatives. All were partially located within a quarter mile of the existing Spring Valley subdivision. 3 were partially located within a quarter mile of the Sun Country Meadows subdivision. The alternative that avoided routing within a quarter mile of Sun Country Meadow was eliminated as it resulted in more difficult engineering and additional easements and crossed Craft Agency's main entrance into EC West along County Road 29. A variance for this was approved August 2023. Here's a timeline showing the different stages at where the project has progressed. Corps presented at a September 2021 Board of County Commissioners meeting to introduce the project and study area, the various preliminary substation locations and routes, and to discuss siting the Spring Valley substation siting the Spring Valley substation in the Deer Valley, also known as Morstead Development. Corps presented at a second BOCC meeting in June 2022 to introduce the project again, introduce the revised study area, various substation and route locations, and to discuss the Spring Valley substation siting within the Deer Valley Morstead development. Corps has set up a project website and has held 2 open houses, one in October 22 and March 23. Corps has also had multiple briefings with developers and local groups such as the Elbert County Environmental Alliance. In August 2022, as I mentioned earlier, the Elbert County Board of Adjusters approved a variance for the project. Public hearing noticing for the project was done through a mailer to landowners, newspaper announcement, and sign postings in the project area. I think Sandra did a really good job of going through the general approval criteria, and so I won't go through each one of those, but the green check marks indicate that we met those. And that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we'll ask for public comment. Do we have anybody out there? You're all part of the... Okay. Okay, that makes it easy. All right. Okay, so what we'll do, let's go around the board, because in this situation, even though they're both kind of considering the same thing, we need to vote on each one individually. So we will hear this one, vote, and then go to the next.
Okay.
So, questions?
Well, when Sandra was on, she said that everybody had approved had signed off and everything, and 85, page 85 tells us that it's not true, but they're asking.
Pardon me, Chair, I need the microphone on, please.
Yes, darling.
Closer.
Closer to you.
Closer, I guess, I'm sorry.
Yes, thank you.
Much closer.
Yeah. Okay? That-
Closer?
Serious?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Bunch. Okay, so
Thank you.
Thank you.
on page 85, it says that they're asking for waiving of the 5 of the 9 or whatever, 4 of the 9 people. I'll have to get back to that page. But is that something we often do? Is that procedurally okay? We're supposed to have 10 people in the area, and it evidently states, so on page 85, they're asking for a waiver to the,
Sandra, are you able to hear that question?
Chairman, yes, and planning commission members. When the application came in from Corps, they explained in there that they would like to have a waiver because they did the good faith effort to reach out to all of the property owners, so the 9 owners, and they were unable to reach some of them, and was after trying multiple times. With that in mind, they asked if they could please move forward. I took their request to the director, and the director Detmeyer reviewed it and decided that they did try with the best faith effort to reach out to these owners. In addition to that part of it, though, that was just getting them moving forward. They have done all the public notification requirements per code with, quarter mile or a half mile, per the slide that I had. So they've noticed everybody within 1,320 feet through the ranch land news and mailings and the posting on the property. And so there's opportunity for everybody to provide feedback. I'm not sure if any other staff with Elbert County had any feedback, but I'm not able to see who's in the audience tonight, but they did move forward and do all of the notification requirements for the code.
Okay, but I just wanted to know that. And then, you know, I just had a concern as to whether we were, you know, not getting everybody's weigh in. And this says that we have a projected 50,000 people. Let me see if I can find my notes again. We had a projected 50,000 people, and when we did the water, it stated that Elbert County had a projection of 35,000. So, which is it?
I can speak to that. This is Mark, Deputy Director of Community and Economic Development. So I believe that 50,000 figure is referring to a previous study. The more current figure on population that we're working off of right now comes from the State Demographer's Office, and that is around that 36,000 by 2050. But those are just projections, and we like to stick with what's coming from the state.
Right.
The other thing, Mark, I think, based on the initial data we received, and I don't remember what was the reason, but the demographer adjusted those projections downward recently, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, and after 2030, things flatten out. So according to the State Demographer's Office,
Okay.
Elbert County is one of the faster growing counties in the state by percent of population increase, but then after 2030, it levels off.
I remember what it was for is when we went out and did the comprehensive plan somewhere around, and we got the data and it had these projections. That's what it was. So,
Okay, so we're going to work with what the state's got, right, at this point?
Yes, that is correct. State Demographer's Office projections.
that's what you work with.
All right, and so CORE is not working with the 50,000, they're working with the 35 or 36,000, whatever it is?
Yes.
All right, that's all I got, boss.
When you talk about the right-of-way, 75 feet, when you get adjacent to the other lines, are they not in that right-of-way, or is it going to become underbuilt, or?
There's a distribution line on the north side of 174, and this is going to be on the south side
Okay.
of 174. So, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And it will be set back enough for anticipation of widening of 174.
Yeah, I just had a couple quick questions. You had a document that was centered in there that was from the engineering firm, and it had a lot of comments and draft components. So was that a finalized document, or was it truly a draft?
In the submittal, or?
In the submittal. It's got comments throughout the entire document, and some of them were corrections, some of them were ways to point out, you know, different ways to say something in that statement. So it all looked like draft comments. It wasn't finalized. It was a mess.
Chairman and Planning Commission members, may I comment on that?
Oh, please do.
So what we include in the packet, what I include in the packet is the actual, I sent a referral out, and when we did it first, we did a completeness check. So you probably saw there was 40 different documents, there was a spreadsheet and all stuff that I had the environmental department of Logan Simpson. I had biologists and environmental planners looking through it, and they were providing feedback. And that's why for this case, they didn't pass their completeness check at first because we provided a lot of feedback to them before it was deemed to be complete and everything addressed. So what was included in the packet is the markups that you're going to see through that review, as well as the referrals that did go out and people gave comments and how they're addressed. And I think it was noted, I think it was the Kiowa environmental group, that there was one where they had comments, and towards the end of January, the Corps had addressed all of those comments related to weed management and those types of things. So what you probably are looking at are the comments that came in that Corps addressed.
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to find a package of 876 home pages. So I'll get back to you on the exact section. But I noticed you put out poles. Are these all net new poles, or are these replacement for existing infrastructure, or are you going to use existing poles?
This is a new transmission line.
Complete new transmission line.
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. Okay. That's the only questions I had for the moment.
And it's on, and it's on the opposite side of the road, right?
Yeah, it's on the south side of 174 in the distribution
The
lines.
other line is on the north side.
Correct, yes.
Actually, one last question. Did you consider burying lines? I know you're crossing two flood areas, flood zones, but did you consider burying the lines?
Not as part of our siting and routing study, we did not.
Cost, economics?
That was my question okay, is there a significant cost difference in overhead as compared to?
Yes, there is.
Oh,
Yeah, it's pretty significant. And maintenance of underground lines is also an
Yes,
issue.
is also an issue. And then environmental issues too, correct?
Yeah, there's at least one pretty significant floodplain that we're spanning, so there would be, issues with going underneath that as well.
Okay. Van, sorry.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm next. So. Right, vote?
Wait, one last
You
question.
got a question?
In the middle section, in the presentation, Sandra, it showed a consideration for renewable energy. Is any of this actually renewable energy, or is it, all existing power structure?
This is Sandra. I think that was just part of the overall policy our goal, vision, that's in the comprehensive plan. And so there was other elements in there about providing the energy that was needed. So I would have to defer to Corps whether any of this is going to be from any renewable energy source.
Good evening. Bruce Kaufman with Core Electric Cooperative, and I can answer that question. So the transmission is actually going to serve our existing members, but we do have a way that we have a Pioneer substation and also a Victory substation from Bennett that has renewables that is going to be going through the system. So it's a way for us to push those renewables through our transmission line, and also any other developments would have renewables. I think the Sundance that was proposed probably about 10 years ago in our Kiowa substation. This is a way to bring those renewables on our system. So it does meet that criteria.
So wind towers in any way feed this system?
It does not.
Does not? Okay.
Not directly.
Okay, I was wondering if it did, because that's not, okay.
That's your Excel system.
Okay. That's good. Okay, good, close?
I just wanted to ask one thing. Did we reach out to the couple that was just adamant about it not going across their property? Did we talk to them about,
This is a different line.
it's in here?
This is actually a different one. I think you're talking about the couple that are dealing with the Excel line, correct?
There was a
Was there a
mention of
couple?
No.
there was a
it's
mention
on
of a
page-
couple that were opposed.
Okay, I missed
But
I
I
didn't see it.
think they went silent
Yeah, they went silent because they were upset about it. They didn't think there was any way around it, but I don't know, I would just would like to think that we at least try to give everybody in the county, you know, a little thought process to it.
Yeah, and I believe that couple's name is Youngland.
Yeah, that's good.
Yes, we have been working with them on the easement. They are getting on board. We have made some stipulations on our easement and what we're going to do, allow them for future development if they want to do anything on their property. Also accommodate some setbacks. Also, one of their concerns is they have Wagyu, the beef there.
Right.
And what we're going to do during construction is fence that area off so that it doesn't affect their cattle, and then return the property back to its existing condition. And we're only going to have one pole on the property versus what we proposed on those 4 routes. We were looking at anywhere from 6 to 10 poles. So we changed the way the design was. We tried to accommodate. We couldn't miss them, but we tried to do as best we could. And
And that's beautiful. That's just beautiful. That's what I was concerned about. And I'm so glad to hear that we at least, you know, acknowledge that they had an issue and acknowledge their, you know, beef and, yeah.
Tried to do everything we can.
All right, good.
Wasn't your variance also to help based on public input?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
So if you're working with them now, that's great.
Yeah, we've been working actually hands-on with each of the landowners. I mean, we're challenged, you know, with Colorado State Land Board, the General Shale property, and also the Morset, which is going through a lot of problems, with bankruptcy and stuff, so we're dealing with that too. But a lot of people have been on board with this project. They see the benefits, especially with the new development coming on. And also it's going to improve, one of the youngest questions was, how's it going to benefit them directly? One of the questions was, you know, how we can make that better for them. It's that substation that we're going to have close to. They'll actually be one of the first people that are off of that substation, so it'll improve their facilities greatly.
Thank you so much for that. That's great. We got that on the record. Thank you.
Okay,
Go, boss.
have a vote?
So you can,
Do I need to do this, I guess?
You want me to do it? I think I can.
If I can remember the numbers.
Yeah.
It's minor 1041, 2023, yeah, 0174, I think is the number. I recommend approval for that minor. I said recommend approval.
Yeah.
And
And you got the numbers right.
I think I got the numbers right.
Yeah, you did. Kevin, you did.
And I'll second it.
Okay. So do we need a roll call vote?
no.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous. Okay. Thank you. I think you guys are present for the next one.
I think so.
Okay, that's yes, you are. So if we could, I think is Mark, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're just getting to switch back over for the staff report here. And Sandra, if you are ready to share your screen and present the next agenda item, which will be the core SUR.
Good evening, Chairman and Planning Commission members. Please let me know if you can see the screen and that you can hear me. Is it being shared right now that you're able to see it?
Yes.
All right, perfect, great. All right, well, good evening again, and this is the special use by review, case number SU 2023-0174. And again, it's similar to what you already have. We'll go through some of the first slides fairly quickly because they're duplicative of what you saw with the 1041 slideshow. So 5.7 miles, 2 substations, the Lumsden County Road, multiple landowners. They had the pre-application meeting at the same time for this special use by review at the same time as the 1041. Obviously, they're on the same planning commission date. They did all the notification requirements at the same time for both of them, so they met all the notification requirements. The vicinity map, I'll just show you the one that shows you the colors of all the surrounding existing and proposed development. The existing zoning and land uses are again the same from what you had the previous presentation, predominantly agricultural with some PUD and the proximity to some existing developments that are in the area. This is the Spring Valley Substation exhibit again, and then the Outback Substation exhibit. So all comments that were provided were addressed when it went out for the referral. There was no objections, and most had no objections and no comments. So the list of those that were sent referrals is listed on the slide. We're going to go through some criteria for a special use review for what was for the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan, as well as the zoning regulations. So first, again, a lot of the repetitive ones again for the comprehensive plan. RD5, which is land use, public land dedications for adequate utilities, so it meets that. Same for including utilities to be designed to be respectful of the environment, which has been met. The new development should minimize negative impacts to agricultural lands and open space, again met. And the wildlife, evaluate the proposal and making sure they don't impact them or minimize impacts was met. The same for what we had previously with the encouraging energy conservation and energy efficient design and providing, again, reliable energy in the area. And EG6 is supporting commerce, industry, education, healthcare, and other tourism and so on, and residential growth by providing this reliable energy through special use by review proposal. And then when we go to Elbert County zoning regulations, there's an approval criteria, as you already had, there's 8 of them. When you had your first case tonight, they went through those for that case, and we'll have the same case, same conditions or approval criteria here. The use is in harmony and compatible with the surrounding area. It is met because the transmission line will pretty much follow County Road 174. Spring Valley Substation is going to be within the future Morstead mixed-use project. It's going to be blended in with that. The use B will not have undue burden on available infrastructure. Again, the transmission lines and 2 substations are needed to provide the reliable power, so they meet that condition. C will be the use will not unduly increase traffic or congestion. And so the transmission lines and 2 substations really aren't going to be creating a traffic issue, and Corps has created a traffic control plan that's going to be used during construction, so that again they're going to minimize the impact for vehicles going through the area as they're doing their construction projects, so they thought ahead to that. D, the use will not cause significant air, odor, water, noise, light pollution. And again, this is a transmission line and 2 substations, so they will not be contributing to those concerns. E, the sanitation requirements will be met. Again, the overhead power lines and substations won't be creating any sanitation infrastructure issues. The use of the adequately landscape buffered and screened. The substations do have fencing around them, and so they're trying to address that concern that way. The use will not otherwise be detrimental to health, safety, or welfare to the inhabitants, present or future. And again, the project that Corps is doing will be providing reliable power to the current and future residences and businesses. And then supplemental standards are met for specific uses. And this is where they were supposed to be not within a quarter mile, and this is where they got their variance approval. And so the variance resolution 23-38, and their case number was P 2023-0045 with them, so that addressed that supplemental standard requirement. So staff recommends that the Planning Commission find the following. The proposed special use review application is in general conformance with the Elbert County Comprehensive Plan. The special use by review meets all the criteria for approval in the Elbert County zoning regulations. Special use by review is generally compatible with the existing and allowable land uses in the surrounding area, and the proposed special use by review will not result in significant impact to the health, safety, and welfare of residents and landowners in the surrounding area. So the Planning Department recommends the Planning Commission recommend approval for the Corps special use by review case SU 2023-0174. There are 4 conditions that have been identified that you can consider that staff are recommending. The applicant will be required to remove the public hearing signs within 7 days after the Board of County Commissioners hearing. The special use by review must commence within 2 years of the Board of County Commissioners approval. The special use by review permit must be reviewed annually by the Community and Economic Development Department for the first 4 years of construction and operation to verify compliance with stipulations and code requirements. And the fourth one is the applicant shall file with the county a financial security such as a bond and a revocable letter, similar to what was in the minor court conditions of approval as well. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have any other presentation on this SUR?
I do. It's very similar to the one I just did for the 1041.
That's what I was kind of wondering.
So,
Okay.
I'm good. And Sandra did a great job, so, but I've got it keyed up, and it is very similar except for the approval criteria, which she did a really good job of explaining, so, yeah.
Okay. Want to ask everybody, do we go through the same thing, or can you show us the specific differences? Can you highlight the differences between what you initially presented and the SUR?
It would be the approval criteria, yes, yeah.
Are you guys good with going through the approval criteria, or do we need to see the whole thing? You tell me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just ask the applicant if you have a presentation, we have it ready to go on the technology side, so plug that in and take it away. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So this is for the Elbert County System Improvement Project, special use by review. Brooke Hines with Burns and McDonnell. So the first few slides are very similar to what we saw before, so I will do the highlights. CORE is a nonprofit cooperative, serves the Colorado counties, 11 Colorado counties, and covers the northwest portion of Elbert County. As Sandra stated, the project is co-located with 174 with substations at either end of the 5.7-mile transmission line. The poles will be 115 in 80 to 115 in height, with spans of 400 to 500 feet. There's a significant issue with current loading in the area that CORE is hoping to address with this project. As you can see with the gap there and the substations that are over 50% capacity in the area, and the new transmission line and substations will help to offset that loading and provide additional power for existing and future development. Timeline is very similar. Both of these have run concurrently, so as Sandra mentioned, we've presented the pre-application meeting, the special use by review and the 1041. And here's the outline that follows along with all those. We have a website, which I mentioned earlier, and we've held 2 open houses in October 2022 and March 23. We've had multiple briefings with developers and the Elbert County Environmental Alliance. And to earlier questions, we've met with all landowners and have had conversations with all landowners, are in the process of securing easements with all landowners. As Sandra mentioned, the special use by review criteria, we've met all of those. And on the transmission lines, you'll see the V up there for the variance that was applied to those, which was approved in August of 2023. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Questions? No? No?
This is a really dumb question, so forgive me, but I'm going to ask it anyway. The 2 substations on either end, you own the property for that. I noticed you call this out as 640 acres total, so roughly a square mile of owned property. Is that? Well,
What it'll actually be is we have 2 parcels that were, Elbert is 10 acres, Spring Valley would be 7.5 acres. But when you add the easements in there, yeah, because it's 5.7 miles of easement, 75 feet wide, so I hope that helps you out.
yeah, it does. Helps. So I'm assuming that the 2 land elements on either end are the owned sections, or basically have been donated by Spring Valley or
Actually, we purchased those outright.
Did you get perfect? And so when you put these properties in, the access, I know that there's a turnaround, I think it was requested by the fire department. So I know that that piece is done. Are you going to pave the entryway into the substations?
Only the first section for what the access permit requires. Most of the time we try to keep it spread out, but yeah, there's what we did at our Elizabeth substation on County Road 13. We went through that.
You're still waiting for that one, by the way. You drive by that all the time going,
We're getting
how are
close.
they going to put the asphalt in?
A little tough right now, so probably the early spring. Right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's one of our requirements to the road and bridge, that we have to put an apron in there that's going to be paved.
And so you're going to do the apron for one of the substations?
We'll be doing it for
Not
both. We'll do it for both. The one for Spring Valley will be right at County Road 29, right there, and the rest of that is all access road back to the substation. And then when we do Outback at a future date, we'll have that at that time too.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so in the variance you received, how far are you actually away from the subdivision? It's just the transmission lines, I'm assuming.
It was both of them, the transmission and the substation. The one that was more critical was the Spring Valley substation. And I would say that the substation got pushed back. We're probably still within that quarter mile, but probably more like maybe 1,200 feet from the nearest subdivision, not the house. So we're farther away from the house. And the transmission is probably within 800 feet of the subdivision.
Thanks. That's my questions. Appreciate it.
Man? None? Okay. You guys have to go before the PUC and get this all approved, right?
We do not have to go through the...
You don't have to go through PUC?
Yeah, right.
Okay, all right. So, the question is, we're handling these, is it in our code that all these have to go through an SUR?
It depends, it's on a case-by-case basis, but due to the infrastructure and substations, SUR would be required.
Okay, the question is, because it sounds like it's so close to, almost to use by right, everybody needs power. Okay, and that's what this is for, and I'm kind of was wondering why we route this, some through SURs and some not. Specifically with 1041 projects, so I didn't know what the criteria was. That was a question to our staff, so maybe, because with the 1041 comes annual inspections, and they're also under the guidelines that SUR can be revoked.
Yeah, when the SUR has staff ability to check on the facility or the entity itself. Also, there's a complaint-driven mechanism as it relates to that as well. But generally, like in our regs, it says that the county will look at SURs for the first 4 years on an annual basis. And then, thereafter, it's typically, again, if we have something that comes from the public, then we're required to investigate.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. All right, that's all the questions I had. None for you. Okay, we have a vote.
So I recommend we approve with conditions the SUR 2023-0174.
Okay, got that.
Second it.
Second by Dee Dee. Okay, do we need a roll call vote, or we good?
Good.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you, folks. Can we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Who's second?
So moved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sandy. Have a good evening.
Thank you. You too all. Thank you very much.